Somebody please tell me what the point of a borderless full screen graphics option is if the game still minimizes and stops being captured by OBS, both in terms of the actual visual feed and the audio, every time you fucking click out of it. Like, that to me, it seems like that just defeats the purpose, but maybe I don't know anything about developing video games. Hello, everyone. Good late evening slash early night. I hope you're all doing well. And now I'm not getting any audio through my earbuds, because of course I'm not. That should be working. Do I have to reset the fucking game, dude? Fuck my life. It's not outputting on stream either, so that's not just me. I gotta restart the fucking game because I changed my audio device. I remember this being a thing with older games, but I figured since this was the remastered version, they would have changed something like that, but maybe it's just a limitation of the engine. I don't know how remasters work, if they change engines or... I think if they change engines, that would be a remake, right? Remaster would just be updating the lighting and texture files, or whatever the fuck you use for lighting and textures. Anyways, focusing on small, unimportant details. Hold on, let me turn the game audio down on OBS just a little bit. There we go. Okay. That is a lot of latency on my earbuds. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I can't really tell if that's just the game based on the audio fucking meter on OBS, or if it's really my earbuds having that much latency. Like, that sound effect that plays whenever I hover over a different button, that plays like 2 seconds after I hover over the button for me. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue. Anyways, war can drag certain freestanding objects found within the environment. Press and hold E to shift objects. Understood.
Since the dawn of time, the armies of heaven and hell have waged an endless war. Drawn to the conflict was the Charred Council, an entity bound by ancient laws to preserve order and balance. It held that any great power, unchecked, threatened the very fabric of the universe. In time, heaven and hell came to honor the Council and its laws, for none were beyond the swift and terrible justice of the Council's enforcers, a fearsome brotherhood known as the Four Horsemen. Amid the turmoil, the first humans emerged. The Council foretold that these weak but cunning creatures would someday be integral to the balance. Thus, a third kingdom was named. The Kingdom of Man. By order of the Council, a truce was forged between heaven and hell. The Great Pact was bound by 7 seals, to be broken at the appointed time, when man's kingdom stood ready for the End War. A battle that would bring balance and determine the ultimate fate of the three kingdoms.
Is that one of the Maker constructs? Holy shit, it is.
Judgment approaches! Bring him to justice!
Well, damn. Okay.
Impossible. Abaddon. What is this? Where are my brothers? This cannot be. The final seal.
My lord!
How did this happen? The seventh seal was not broken!
Abaddon! What in heaven's name have you done?
I answer the call.
Yo, Lord. Damn, bitch. You loud ass motherfucker. I'm sorry, are you talking shit? I've never played this game before. Notice how once I got the hang of it, I immediately started whooping ass. So mind your P's and Q's, bitch. Also, the dodge button is tied to left alt in this game, and that's one of my expressions, so I'm gonna have to change that at some point.
The law has been broken.
Have you played this game, Lord?
And so have you, horseman.
Won by luck, she says. Get real.
All is clear. When the seventh seal is broken, 4 horsemen shall ride forth to punish the wicked. Be they sons of men, lords of heaven, or the dregs of hell. All upon the earth will be judged, and the pact forged anew. You forget your post, horseman. You forget the law. No call was given, yet the destroyer marched, and there you were found, under his black banner, if the claims are true.
To hell with your claims. The seals were broken. I was summoned.
Then where are the other horsemen? Were they not summoned as well? The 7 seals are hidden, as they have been since the pact was forged eons ago. All of them intact. There was no call. You aided the Dark Ones, broke a sacred covenant that has doomed mankind, and threatened the balance. Do you deny it?
When I rode, heaven and hell were already at war. Abaddon was there. He knew something.
Abaddon fell, fighting off the chaos you unleashed.
I fought powerless against the demons, and still you accuse me?
Your defeat proves nothing.
Likely the Destroyer cast you aside when he was finished with you. You have defiled the law, Horseman. You will be punished.
I serve only the Council. Only the balance. As the Horsemen always have. Send me back. I will punish the ones responsible.
How? What hope do you have against the Destroyer's armies? You are powerless.
Then I will fail, and the demons will have carried out your sentence.
Very well. You will return to the Earth. But you will be watched. Come forth.
Well.
The Watcher is bound to you. It will ensure your loyalty.
Remember that, or I will really get under your skin.
I recognize that voice, but I don't remember where from. I've played the second and third games, so maybe somewhere from that.
Rise, war, and arm yourself.
And destruction it shall have. So yeah, I've War's legendary blade also stripped of its former strength and powers. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I've played the second and third games in this series, but I never played the first one. So this will be a first-time experience for me. Also, you were saying about the boss. How about you struggle your nuts? How about you struggle these nuts into your mouth? Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks. Blade Geyser, harnessing the power of the Chaos Eater. This attack summons a field of deadly blades around war. Okay. Tamed your first Wrath power, press I. Yeah. Select a Wrath power or consumable item. Map selected item to an action button slot. Press caps lock. And then press 1, 2, 3, or 4 to use the power or item in game. Gotcha.
The souls of the dead will be your currency. Some enemies are more easily bought than killed.
Souls of the dead. Souls manifest in 3 forms: currency, health, and wrath.
Seek the demon Volgrim. Few can afford his services, but perhaps you can strike a bargain.
The Council confers with demons now, does it?
Since the truce was broken, some demons have fallen from the Destroyer's favor. Volgrim is one such outcast. He has long sought an audience with us.
How long have I been here?
Looks like our trajectory was a little off. Not so fast, horseman. Let's lay down a few ground rules. Until this is over, you're a dog on a leash. I say bark, you bark. And if I have to kick you, you'd better not bare your teeth. Understand? Or should I teach you to play dead? Good boy.
Put the value up here. Okay. I do know that technically speaking, Darksiders 1 is the furthest that we get, like, in the timeline. Because Darksiders 2 and Darksiders 3 both happen during that time period where war is unconscious, I guess you would say. Anyways.
Here comes the welcome party. War, why don't you introduce yourself?
Is that Mark Hamill? That sounds a lot like Joker, so... I think that's where I'm recognizing that voice from, right? Get absolutely fucking bodied, dude. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's one of those dudes that explodes. So. Also, how's the game audio? Game audio fine? Need to be lower? Because it kind of seems like it might need to be a little bit lower. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Just a smidge. Alright, make sure everything still looks good over here. It does. That all looks fine. What the fuck? Not sure why that didn't show up in my multi-chat, but okay. Anyways, apparently somebody typed in kick chat and was timed out by me. even though I didn't actually do that. Okay. I guess that was stream elements. Any filters. So, Gauntlet Glow. War's Gauntlet glows near interactive objects such as chests or doors. Press E to activate them. Okay. Before I get off, is there anything of note down here? Nope. Alright. So, I was scrolling on Twitter, what was it, yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Or maybe it was just earlier today. I don't know, I'm going to bed, like, somewhere between 6 and 9 in the morning right now. And then waking up sometime between 3 and 6. So, kind of hard to keep track of when stuff was actually in a different day or just earlier or in the same day right now. But anyways, War can drag certain freestanding objects found within the environment. Toggle R to start and stop shifting objects. Okay. So I was scrolling on Twitter either earlier today or yesterday. And I saw this post, or it actually wasn't even Twitter, it was Reddit. This girl posted about how she's not like as small of a VTuber as I am, but she's like, you know, not the biggest in the world either. I'd say like closer to being like moderate sized than small, but not quite moderate sized yet. And she posted on Reddit about how she had made a Twitter post tagging a bunch of streamers that she looks up to, being like, hey, do you guys want to collab sometime? And people in the Reddit post were congratulating her. But I actually went to her profile to find the link to her card so I could find her Twitter, and looked for the Twitter post, and there were just so many people just fucking dogpiling her. And one of the streamers, I'm not going to say who, because then it would kind of give away who originally posted the tweet, but one of the streamers that... Why didn't he grab onto that other wall, by the way? One of the streamers that she tagged did actually respond and say, I can't speak for everybody that you tagged, but... Okay, what's going on here? I can't speak for everybody that you tagged, but if you want to reach out to me on Discord, you know, I'm not that difficult to find. You know, feel free to do so. And yeah, we could collab sometime. Why not? I'm proud of you for taking a risk. Okay, I'm so confused right now. She's like, I'm proud of you for taking a risk and trying to make this work and trying to make this happen. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. But there were so many people just fucking dogpiling this poor woman because she had the audacity to only tag big streamers asking if they wanted to hang out. Bunch of people were like, well, why didn't you tag any smaller streamers? Why is it only like the biggest of the big? Like, what are you just looking to gain something out of this? Do you even really care about collabing with these people, or are you just trying to mooch off of their size? And the girl was like, I am genuinely a fan of everybody I tag. Like, I could post screenshots. I'm not going to because I don't owe that to you. But I could post screenshots proving that I'm subscribed to every single person that I tagged in my original post. She's like, I could post screenshots proving that I'm subscribed to literally every single person I tagged in this post. I'm not going to do that because I don't owe that to you. But the evidence is there if I wanted to present it. And like, that just seemed to piss people off even more. And like, it just... I'm so confused as to why people care that much. Like, obviously, it's because they're salty that they didn't get included, right? And like, they could have used the shout out to grow their own streams. But... clearly they're pissed off that they didn't get the shout out and that they don't get to clout chase, right? So like, they're gonna attack this woman for daring to try to reach out to people that she actually looks up to and genuinely wants to hang out with. And it's like, I just don't understand why people feel so entitled to being supported by other streamers. Like, if you come into streaming with the intention, and not even just streaming, doing YouTube, doing anything, with the sole intention of making it a job, like, yeah, there's ways to game the algorithm, and there's I'm sure there probably are courses out there that will teach you how to do that. Most of the courses that are claiming to be like that are scams, but I'm sure there probably are resources out there to learn what really makes the algorithm happy and like how to gamify the whole thing and make your content blow up. But like, usually the only people that are going to be trying to do that from jump are people that, like, they see the...
How long was I gone?
In Earth years, about a century. Long enough for the last of the mouth breathers to die off.
Then, the Third Kingdom is lost.
Yeah, Darksiders 2 and Darksiders 3 both take place within that 100-year time period.
Subtle. I almost didn't hear you coming.
Vulgrim.
The Council finally took me seriously. If so, you're surely not empty-handed. For this shall be the briefest of introductions. There were a few young ones. Spectacular.
Brother,
You seek the power behind the one called Destroyer. You will find the answers and the font of his power there. Oh, such haste to die. You aren't even a shadow of your former self. You wouldn't last a heartbeat. Besides, the way to the tower is shrouded by demon magics. Even I do not know the way.
Who does?
Feed my hunger, and I'll feed your curiosity.
500 souls, Horde Sinker. Horde Sinker? No. Horde Seeker. A demon trinket. Ah! Can I fucking speak? A demon trinket. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. A demon trinket that reveals the location of all nearby chests on the map. Local map and world map used with the Chronicle. Okay. So yeah, like, I don't understand why people feel so fucking entitled to being supported by other streamers. Like, if you come into this with the strict intention of making money, you're gonna be sorely disappointed, right? So, like, and like I said, I'm sure there are resources out there to figure out how to game the algorithm and have an easier time of getting views and whatnot. But press left alt while stationary to block incoming attacks. Okay. But in your quest to find those classes, you're gonna go through a lot of scams, first of all. So, like, I would say the chance of getting scammed when looking for something like that is high enough to where you really are better off just not even bothering. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my outlook on life. But let's say you do manage to find one of those actual courses on how to game the YouTube algorithm and how to blow up overnight, right? Okay. Like, that's still a lot of work. There's nothing to make it easy. It's just that those courses are meant to show you how to more efficiently direct your efforts. It's still gonna be a lot of work. At least in my opinion, but maybe that's just because I'm not really built for being an entertainer. I'm not here to entertain so much as just to, you know, see if anybody tunes into my streams and wants to hang out. Well, like, I'm not here to be an entertainer. I'm not here to make money. I'm just here for people to be able to find my stream, hang out, and maybe make some friends. Right? Collab with people every now and again. Basically just exactly what I've been doing, right? So, like, it just baffles me that certain people feel so entitled and get, like, so genuinely upset when anybody dares to pursue this in a way that they don't approve of. And, like, usually those people that take those courses about gaming the YouTube algorithm and being able to blow up overnight are people that are in such desperate financial situation that it's literally their only option. Like, they haven't been able to find a job, they really need money, and they don't have anything better to do, so might as well put all their effort into this YouTube thing. And if you were in a desperate enough situation where you fit that description, like, you need this streaming or YouTube or whatever thing to work out because you can't find a job or you have some disability or whatever that prevents you from holding a job, then you would already know how to game the algorithm and how to use social media to the fullest capacity. You basically you would have already been through those courses if you really needed it that badly. So clearly you're not in such financial dire straits that it's an absolute necessity that you make it as a streamer or YouTuber or whatever. Because if you were, you'd already know how to do that. Like, if you really, really try, you can find the information you need to know about how to blow up overnight. And I mean, obviously it's not guaranteed that you blow up overnight, but you know what I mean. Make it more likely, I guess I should say. So, this is obviously somebody who just wants to be a streamer or a YouTuber or whatever because they think it's going to be easier than holding a traditional job, which, in my opinion, being self-employed would be way worse than working for somebody. Having to do all my own tax stuff, paying more in taxes, because since you're technically running a business, Even though you're the only employee, you still have to pay business taxes and all that. Basically, if you don't have a W-2 from another company, you're considered a small business and are taxed accordingly. So,
Souls to feed Vulcan's hunger. Now, maybe he'll feed our curiosity.
Chaos Eater courses with energy and its destructive power increases. Got it. So, clearly this is, like, having to keep track of all of your own tax stuff and set aside, what is it, like 33% that people recommend that you set aside from all of your revenue for business taxes and personal income taxes and all that. So, and then you also...
These ancient gates have a mind of their own, but with this, you may reach an understanding. Beyond the gate, seek out Samael's prison. Once, Samael was close in power to the Dark Prince himself. Some might even say, a threat. You will find he is no friend to the Destroyer. Seek me out when you've gathered more souls. I will make it worth your while.
So, like, you gotta set aside that money for taxes, and Earthcaller, massively carved horn, or masterfully carved horn, whose call awakens ancient gates. Press middle mouse button to activate the horn when equipped. Some creatures can be knocked back by the Earthcaller's deafening blast. Okay. One, two, three. The gear item in game. You got it, boss. Oh, hey, it's another maker construct guy.
The horn call of my ancestors, awakened at last from the dreamless sleep. Then we are free.
None are free while the Destroyer still breathes.
The Destroyer, yes. To his service we are bound, though enemies we remain. So his enemies we call friend. Pass now, friend. Must bring victory. Must bring...
If that was the gate, I can't wait to find out what's behind it. Greetings.
Oh. And, like, yeah, you can make your own schedule and stuff, being, you know, self-employed as a content creator. But then that's also, like, when I made my schedule for this week, I was expecting that my sleep schedule would still be on track, and I would be awake and moving around to be able to stream, you know, relatively early in the morning. You know, I think I had most of my time set around like 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. So, and then my fucking sleep schedule went to shit. So it's like, I'm fully willing to acknowledge that, like, I am not good enough at keeping a consistent sleep schedule to be able to be, like, self-employed and consistently be streaming at, like, the same time. I mean, maybe if you're better about that kind of stuff than I am, you know, that doesn't necessarily have to be a concern for you. But, like, people don't realize that scheduling is a skill that people are trained for, right? And not everybody's capable of it. Like, not every single person that... Swimming. Press left control to descend, space to ascend, and left alt to dash underwater. Gotcha. Not everybody that works at a place is going to become a manager, right? And, like, that's not even necessarily just because, like, you can't have everybody be a manager. It's because some people just aren't going to be cut out for it. Some people, even if they would be, quote-unquote, cut out for it, they just want to punch a clock and go home, right? And, like, that's totally fine. But... collect 4 shards to create a lifestone that will increase war's maximum health. Gotcha. I don't think people realize, like, creating your own schedule, that's a skill. Scheduling in general, like, ahead of time, is a skill that managers have to be shown how to do. Even if somebody's supposedly cut out for being a manager, they still have to be shown the ropes for scheduling. And, like, how to evaluate people, what things to look out for, to know who should get more hours and who shouldn't get as many, so on and so forth. Like, creating a schedule and then sticking to it is a skill that has to be learned, and not everybody's going to be cut out for that. And there's just so many other things that I feel like people don't realize go into being a content creator as a job. At the very least, being a content creator as a job and not doing that for a company. Because, like, obviously being, like the lady that operates the frickin' VTuber account for Opera GX, for example, the browser. I forget what exactly her name was. But anyways, like, doing something like that is going to be a lot similar to a traditional job than being an independent content creator like I am, or, like, you know, any non-talent agency creator is. And then, like, even working for a talent agency, depending on how hands-on they are, I guess if you work for, like, HoloLive or something, then that would be probably feel a little more like, or a lot more like, a traditional job. But, like, Vishojo, Mythic, all these other talent agencies that are a lot more hands-off, it's really up to you to be your own boss. There's not going to be a whole lot of middle management. You know, like, you've got the actual corporate level bosses, but that'd be more like, you know, if you worked at fucking McDonald's or something, that'd be a lot more like a district manager. You are expected to be your own shift manager and general manager. You're expected to manage yourself, you know, keep your own behavior in line with what the company expects. Maintain a schedule that satisfies the company's requirements for how much you're supposed to stream and what kind of content you're supposed to be playing. So on and so forth. Like, there's just so many more aspects to the whole thing than I think people realize. So, like, that also plays into the whole "it just blows my mind" thing when it comes to people acting so entitled on Twitter and being so pissed off that they didn't get a shout out from someone that, like, let's be honest, no shade You know, I haven't said her name, so there really wouldn't be shade anyways. But no shade to the lady that made that tweet, shouting out those bigger streamers. But I mean, she's not exactly huge herself. So, like, that also is just, like, you're really that mad that you didn't get a shout out from somebody of that size? Like, if it were a larger streamer shouting out smaller streamers and you didn't get a shout out, I could at least, like, somewhat see the logic there, right? I could kind of understand. But being mad that a streamer that's either the same size as you, or smaller, or maybe a little bit bigger, didn't give you a shout out, like, that's just wild to me. And I genuinely don't understand that. Like, that's just so weird to me. I just couldn't imagine myself acting like that publicly. And you know, even if this lady doesn't actually look up to those streamers, new Volgum location has been added to the Chronicle, gotcha. Even if this lady doesn't actually look up to those streamers and really only wanted to benefit from the interaction with them monetarily, like, so the fuck what? A lot of people pointed out, like, that's not necessarily an invalid way of looking.
On your journey, you may come into possession of certain items that are of particular interest to me. Artifacts of the Fallen Legion. If you discover any Legion artifacts, bring them to me. I will make it worth your while.
Gotcha. Slotted bonus.
Look over here.
Bane slotted bonus generates wrath naturally over time. Wrath shard, collect 4 of them to create a wrath core that increases the war's maximum wrath. Straight up buy a wrath core.
See anything you like.
Rage restores some of war's wrath. Greater Rage completely restores all of war's wrath.
Like that.
Life Essence restores for some of war's health. Greater Life Essence completely regenerates all of war's health. Undying.
See anything you like.
Would you shut the fuck up? Undying, upon receiving a fatal strike, war's health and wrath are completely restored. This item must be equipped to function. Empty Vessel. These can be filled with many beneficial properties and consumed.
See anything
Example,
you like.
consume life essence to restore health. Demon Edge, a rising uppercut slash
See anything you like.
that will take both war and the enemy up into the air.
Oh, don't forget over here.
Opposite of the direction you're facing, plus left. Backside spinning slash, whirlwind combo. Click, pause, click. Multi-hit slash. Harpoon tackle, powerful precision move that pierces through enemies.
Please take your time.
Flip saw. Multiple striking spin attack from the air. Meteor strike. Grants war the ability to perform a dash move from the air. Okay. Power strike. Powerful home run swing. So that'd be like the Harvester's Revenge from Darksiders 2. Sword uppercut.
Don't forget over here.
Hold click, then release. Okay.
Don't forget over here.
Weapons. The Harvester. Death's legendary scythe devastates multiple enemies with large sweeping attacks. The harvester also reaps more souls from fallen enemies. Or a regular scythe. Blade geyser. War's flesh hardens, reducing enemy damage and increasing the effectiveness of War's attacks. Immolation is locked. Affliction is locked. Do we need any of this? I've been running into a lot of health chests, but I guess maybe it could be good to get maybe one heal.
Let me know if I can help you.
Marble slash. That could be good.
You are as wise as you are powerful.
Multiple striking spin attack from the air. We'll have to look into this more when we have more souls. But yeah, I just like, even if that lady was just looking to benefit monetarily from that collab. Okay. Then, like, so what? Like, really? There's nothing wrong with wanting to collab with someone because you believe it'll grow your stream. I mean, should you try to only collab with people that you genuinely like and genuinely want to hang out with? I would say, yeah, that's probably, you know, general best practices, but... Because, I mean, if you don't like somebody, how are you going to vibe well enough with them to make a good collab, right? I just couldn't imagine trying to drag people down like that. And, like, that's another part of the reason why I really don't want to do this full time, is because dealing with people like that, it's just, ugh. Ugh. You know? Having to deal with people like that for my job just does not sound fun. It does not sound fun. I would much rather use streaming as a supplement for a lower paying full-time job, or maybe even slightly less than full-time, than have to actually rely on it completely. Because there's just so much drama associated with streaming.
Non straga sindora.
Do you know what's imprisoned here? There are things even you should fear, horseman. Once you were strong, but now you are weak and you are alone. The Destroyer knows of your coming. Even now, he moves his legions against you.
Then I'll make this quick.
You'll die trying. Damn. I thought. What the hell? Alright, I actually gotta fucking lock in here. You'll die trying. Yeah, bitch. Get fucked. That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Over here. Just one hideous blood-puking gargoyle.
War. Are you here to play executioner? They should have sent all 4 of you.
I have no interest in killing you, Samael.
Ah, the Destroyer! He's beyond your reach, beyond mine.
Has prison made you a coward?
Perhaps there is a way, but you will need to get inside the Destroyer's spire. The tower is guarded by 4 of his chosen. Bring me their hearts, and ask me no questions. My reasons for helping you are my own.
Where can I find these guardians?
First, seek the Twilight Cathedral, where the Bat Queen Tiamat has gone to roost. The whole of her domain is a blistered inferno. By land, you will never reach it. Find the high ground with this, and bring me her still beating heart.
Gotcha, boss. These supernatural wings enable War to temporarily glide. After a double jump, hold space to activate Shadow Flight and glide. Glide inside shadow currents to soar high into the air. You got it. Alright. This way. I actually need to pee, so I'll be right back. In or out? Are you in or out? Come on. Fucking cat can't make up his mind. Activate Ward's Shadow Flight in a Shadow Current to perform huge leaps. Alright. Get your face out of there. Do I gotta swat your butt? Do I gotta swat your butt? No. Stay out of my food. Anyways. Oh yeah, for oh hey, Oblivious. How's it hanging? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's what I get for reading chat while I'm climbing on walls. For anybody that's not in the Discord, Lori, hey Lorian, made us some emotes for me to use in the server, and eventually when I get affiliate as well. So yeah. Lori, if you're still here, huge thanks for that. Hopefully, given that I adopted my schedule so late into the month, probably not gonna make the requirements for affiliate in July either, which that's fine. I'm not really that worried about it. But hopefully August. Hopefully August will be when we get that all moving. Okay, that's the way I came from. Is there anything I can do with this, or... No. Not right now, at least. Okay, I guess I can't stand down there. Not seeing anything super interesting either way, so onwards and upwards. The choking grounds. Honestly, what I should do is I should where the fuck that bird go? There we go. What I should do is, because she uploaded the emotes in one big, like, I guess you would call it a sheet, like a little sheet, even though it's not really a sheet. Any more birds around here that I could kill for health? Aha! Yeah, I guess you would call it a sheet, even though it's not really a sheet. And I have to cut out the emotes to use. Not really cut out, but you know, like, I guess the best way to do it would be to screenshot or open the sheet up in GIMP or something, or Paint, and crop it down to each of the individual emotes. So, I think what I might do is do that and upload them all to 7TV and have them available for use as 7TV emotes. Because, like, I really don't care whether people subscribe to me or not, so everybody being able to have the emotes would be nice. And then maybe what I'll do is, I won't have follower emotes, because follower emotes are global now too, right? It used to be that follower emotes were kind of like 7TV and FFZ and VTTV, where they only worked in the channel that they were created for. But now they work globally, I think. So what I'll probably do is just upload the emotes to 7TV, not have any follower emotes, and also have them as subscriber emotes when I eventually get affiliate. And then if people want to subscribe, it would just, maybe I'll have like 1 or 2 emotes that aren't uploaded to 7TV, and those can be like the ones that those can be an extra reward on top of being able to use emotes across the entire website. It would be like, you know, you also get these extra like 1 or 2 emotes. Maybe I'll do that. And then people don't have to subscribe to get the emotes, but they do have to subscribe to be able to use them everywhere. And I'll probably set them to private, just so people can't get them off of 7TV. Okay, so I guess dodging backwards just doesn't do anything. Noted. Where's an action prompt or something? I guess it just had to do something to do with the bat. Wanted to remember to check that out next time I run into one. Life Essence might be good to have, because there's been a pretty significant drop-off in health chests. So...
You are as wise as you are powerful.
yeah.
Strive too hard. Samael has returned you in one piece. He must like you.
Honestly, I'm not, You better keep your face out of my food. I love you. Pretty boy. Pretty boy. It's daddy's baby. You be good, okay? Be good, kitty. One of the reasons that I decided to start following my schedule now instead of waiting until I got out of summer school is because I don't know how long after the regular school year starts back up that I'll be able to keep up with the whole streaming thing, because since I'm not or probably not going back to school in the fall, I'm gonna have to bid on a longer route, more hours. You have to bid on something that's more hours. So yeah. It won't be a whole lot more. It'll only be an extra 2 hours a day. So It's an extra like 10 hours a week. And then right now I work I'm an attendant on a preschool route. So, oh, that's what the action prompt was for. Just an insta-kill. Gotcha. Alright, well, anyways, moving on. Right now I'm an attendant on a preschool route. So our union contract at the bus garage guarantees us a minimum of 4 hours. So even if our route is less than 4 hours a day, then we just get brought up. And then everything after that, a guaranteed 4 hours, if we do manage to get up to 4 hours, or go beyond that in a single day, then, and it's not even 4 hours a day, it's 2 hours per shift. Because obviously I only work when the kids actually need to be on the bus. So I go in the morning, have a huge break during the middle of the day, and then I go back in the afternoon. So it's 2 hours per shift, and if you work both shifts, that's 4 hours a day. Which is an important distinction. It might not sound like it is, but it is.
I have come for the Destroyer. My brother spoke of your coming, but a powerful curse holds me now. I cannot help you. Any curse can be broken. Yes, perhaps. These servants of the Destroyer walk unseen within the realm of shadow. By their blood we are bound. By their blood shall we be free. I can no longer move within the Shadow Realm. Much of my power has left me. You need not enter it. I will grant you the power to see into the accursed realm for a time. But to what end? What hope have we now against the Destroyer's foul sorcery? Hope will not bring you freedom.
Find where these shadow lurkers hide and kill them all. They can't be that hard to find.
Don't have to tell me twice. Or at all, really. But yeah, that might not sound like an important distinction. The whole 2 hours a shift, not 4 hours per day. But it is. So anyways, union contract guarantees us 2 hours per shift. And there's a minimum of 2 shifts per day, so sometimes you can get a midday shift, or you get like a field trip. So if you get a midday run, like there are some what's the word I'm looking for, like career schools in my city. So like kids go to their normal school, I think it's only for middle and high schoolers, so kids go to their normal school for a few hours in the morning, and then for a few hours in the middle of the day, they get to go to a different school where they learn specifically about a particular career. So like computer science, I think they do a lot of trades. They're one of the ones that I know of has a culinary program. So it's like, you know, it's pretty neat. And there's other things going on in the middle of the day, like some of the reform schools for kids that have behavioral issues or are doing really bad grades wise and get kicked out of the main school district for those grades because they've been held back too many times or whatever, so on and so forth. There's a lot of stuff that goes on outside of the typical normal school hours, so those kids end up needing rides in the middle of the day instead of in the morning. But there's only a few routes like that that can have an attendant on them. They only have attendants for the routes where they're legally required to have one. And in Michigan, they're only required to have attendants for special ed and pre-K routes. Sometimes if they have exceptionally large routes, they'll put an attendant on them, even if there's no special ed or pre-K students on the route. But that's pretty rare, because in general they try to keep the routes pretty small to keep you from getting over that guaranteed 2 hours per shift. Hold left shift to focus on enemies. Hold left click to launch enemies into the air with war. Press left click repeatedly to combo enemies in the air. Defeat 5 enemies using aerial combos within the time limit. Bonus souls will be rewarded for any time left on the clock. Okay. That being allowed to have an attendant if your route is big enough thing is pretty rare, because like I said, they tend to wait, what? How's it only counted one so far? Anyways, so usually, I want to say there's only like 3 routes.
That was entertaining. Can we do it again?
I want to say there's only like 3 midday routes that can have an attendant on them. So, yeah. If you do have a midday route, then the union does not guarantee you any minimum hours for that. You would think that if you had a midday route, so it would be morning, midday, afternoon, then you'd be guaranteed 2 hours for the morning and the midday. But, or you'd be guaranteed a minimum 2 hours for all 3, but no, there's a clause in the contract that specifically says it's only guaranteeing a minimum of 2 hours for specifically the morning and afternoon. So midday routes are just extra time, period. So, on pre-K routes, you defeat 40 enemies within the time limit. Bonus souls will be rewarded for any time left on the clock. Got it. So pre-K routes usually don't go over the guaranteed 2 hours. So you're usually being paid extra by that clause. Sorry, I'm focusing. Usually pre-K hours or pre-K routes are less than 2 hours per shift. So you're being brought up to that 2 hour minimum by that clause. And then they don't work on Fridays. Pre-K doesn't run on Fridays in my city, or I shouldn't even say my city, just for the particular district within the city that I happen to work for. Because we do have multiple districts here. We've got the city, we've got the actual city proper, and then there's like this suburban area. And it's not even really suburban, it's just like a different section of the city. Although maybe I guess it would count as suburban. I'm not really sure. I've never really been good at telling what qualifies as a suburb and what doesn't. So you've got the actual city proper with its own district. You've got like this suburban area on the outskirts of the city called the township.
Excellent.
And then you've got another suburb on a different edge of the city with its own district. So the city proper and then the two suburbs each have their own district. So that's 3 so far. And then there's a district that encompasses everything. The city, the suburbs, everything. So that's 4. And then we have 2 other districts that we absorb. One for another suburb that's... It's not really a suburb. It's like... You know, one of those, like, small rural cities that have, like, less than 1,000 people? It's one of those. It's way, way out. It's kind of close to the actual city that I live in, but also kind of not. So we took over that it wouldn't even really be a city, it's a town. That town's school district got absorbed into our own. So we serve all of their school, or the overarching district for my city also includes that now. The overarching district is called the Intermediate School District. Name of my city, Intermediate School District. The district for the city is called Name of my city, Public School District. And then one of the suburbs is called Name of my city, Township Community Schools. Oh, I just slapped my mic, that's my bad. And then the other suburb is called the name of the suburb, Public Schools. And then the name of that small town, Public School District. And then there was another small-ish town that we also absorbed because they didn't have enough residents to justify having their own school districts. Kill 50 enemies before wars infected health depletes. Bonus souls will be rewarded for any remaining health. What the hell? I didn't even see anybody spawn. But yeah, the pre-K routes generally last less than 2 hours per shift, and then they don't run on Fridays in my district that I work for. So right now I get about 16 hours a week, I would say. So if I were to bid on a longer route, the longest route you can get without a midday is 6.5 hours. That's driver or attendant. So I'm gonna try to bid on a 6.5 hour route, and maybe, possibly, potentially get a midday. Probably not, though. So that would be a whole extra day on Friday, and then 2 more hours the other 4 days of the week. I could still stream on could still stream over my break, and then I'll have like a few hours to stream at night. But for the most part, I'm not entirely sure, especially if I try to get into a trades program at my school, that I'm like, if I do go to back to school in fall and I go for like a trades program maybe, then balancing school with nearly full-time work. Not quite full-time, but nearly full-time. I don't know how much time I'll have to stream, which sucks because I really do like streaming, and I would like to keep doing it, but like I said, I'm not even remotely considering the possibility of this turning into like an income source, so gotta take care of real life stuff, unfortunately. I don't even know what I would, what trade I would want to go back for, though. Really, dude? Ow, fuck. Yeah, I don't know what trade I would want to go for. I haven't quite decided that yet. Once I get my driver's license, I have to wait 2 or 3 years. My boss isn't 100% sure which one it is, but it's 2 or 3 years, he's pretty sure. One or the other. He's pretty sure it's one or the other, but he's not sure which one it is. So once I manage to finally get to a point where I feel like I can pass my driver's test, which my only issue with driving is I suck at reversing in parallel parking. Once I get all that figured out, then, you know, will be sitting pretty. Ah! Dodged it this time, bitch. Should have been paying closer attention to how many enemies I have left. Okay. Alright. Hopefully this is the last one. But, yeah. Not sure how much time I'm gonna have to stream if I go back to school. Even if I don't. I mean, obviously if I don't go back to school, then I'll have a little bit more free time, but... yeah, I gotta figure something out, because, like I said, I gotta wait 2 to 3 years to become a driver at the bus garage once I get my license, which I'm just waiting on $150 of disposable income and being in a place where I feel like my reversing and parking in reverse is up to snuff. Kill 30 enemies using only War's instant kill attacks within the time limit. Bonus souls awarded for time left on the clock. Smaller or weaker enemies can be killed instantly at any time. Larger creatures must be stunned before they can be slain. And yeah, we already know about using E. Alright. Oh, cool, you can just, like, fucking chain one after the other. You don't even have to touch the ground. But, waiting 2 to 3 years even after I get my license is just not gonna work, you know? I don't make very good money as an attendant. I get $1 raise every year. So this upcoming school year, 25 to 26, the 26 to 27 school year, and the 27 to 28 school year, I will get a raise in each one of those. But and at the end of this contract cycle, this union contract cycle, I will be making like $18 an hour, I think. I'm pretty sure. But drivers will be making 25 at the end of this contract cycle, I believe. Either 20, somewhere between like 23 and 25, somewhere in there. So, you know. I mean, obviously, you want to give people an incentive to be drivers over attendants. Motherfucker! Is that just always a guaranteed instant kill? It must be, right? That's kind of booty cheeks. But, yeah, having to wait 2 to 3 years to become a driver, it's just too long. Even if I manage to get a 6.5 hour route this year, and even if I don't get bumped off of this route, even if I do get a 6.5 hour route this year, and I don't get bumped in any future years, future bids, because we bid on our routes every year, according to the union. It goes based on seniority. Obviously, the highest seniority people get to bid first. So, last year there were 2 6-hour routes available by the time it got down to me in seniority, and I picked one of them, and the driver just didn't like me. Apparently the lady that was the attendant on her bus before I bid on it and bumped her, they were really close friends, and she was just mad that I bumped her friend. And apparently her and the driver that I was with the year before this one are either dating or related. I'm not really sure. They're super, super close. So either dating or related. I'm not sure which one. And he talked nonstop shit about me because basically I was on a middle school and high school route. It was a combination. And like, we don't really have very many options for controlling the kids, right? So the kids basically did whatever the fuck they want because, I mean, we can't put our hands on them, obviously. And whether or not they get kicked off the bus is up to management, and management never wants to do that because the company gets paid by the head. So the less students we have on the buses, the less the district pays us, right? So, you know. So there's not really much we can do in terms of disciplinary action. So the kids basically got away with whatever they wanted to get away with. I mean, I wrote them up, obviously, but management never gave me permission, me or the driver, permission to kick them off the bus. So he talked nonstop shit about how I wasn't doing my job, this, then, the third. So this lady whose route I bid on, because I wanted the fuck off that guy's bus. Those kids were out of control. He did not back me up in trying to wrangle them at all. And then I knew he was talking shit about me behind my back, right? So, that whole ordeal, I was just over it. Didn't want anything to do with it anymore. So I wanted to fuck off that bus. So I bid on this other lady's route. And she's mad that I bumped her previous attendant. Because I guess they were friends or whatever. And she also didn't like me because I was white. But I'm not going to get into that whole ordeal. Because, you know, whether or not you want to believe that it's wrong for her to feel that way, you know, people probably won't even believe that she really felt like that. So I'm not going to try to get into that whole argument and plead my case and insist that that's how she felt. It's just, it is what it is. I had reason to believe that she didn't like me specifically because of it. So, finally, it got to a point where she was so rude, so disrespectful to me, I straight up told my boss, dude, I'm gonna smack the shit out of this bitch. You have got to get me off this fucking bus and put me somewhere else. Because I'm gonna end up in jail. I'm gonna deck her in her fucking jaw. And then you're gonna be out an employee. And I'm going to be in jail for a few months for assault and battery. So, they granted my request to be put on a different route, and that's how I got on the pre-K route that I'm on now. So, the other lady who had a 6-hour route that was available for me to bid on, she actually used to be my bus driver way back in the day. She still works there. From what I can remember, she's a pretty nice lady. So if her route, we'll call her L. We'll call her E. We'll call the lady whose route I bid on this year M. Not gonna bid on M's route if it's available, obviously, because I've been there, done that. But if L's route is available for me to bid on, then I'm going to try to bid on it. And hopefully... Oh, I don't have my chaos form. I was trying to activate it, because I couldn't remember if I have it yet or not. I do like how time stops. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, fuck. Nope. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. What the fuck? That guy was absolutely close enough for me to activate the instant kill. I got hoed. I just got hoed. And I'm mad about it. What the fuck? I just got hoed so hard. Anyways. Definitely not going to bid on M's route again, because, you know, been there, done that. If L's route is available again this year, then hopefully she will actually cooperate with me if I do bid on it. Because, like, they are so desperate for drivers, like, it's so hard for them to come by drivers that... Because, like, this job has no benefits. They have an insurance plan for you to buy, but as far as I know, you pay for all of it. Do I... Okay. So I have to instant kill these guys. I was going to say, since these guys give you health when you instant kill them, I was going to see if maybe there were other enemies. Okay. Now I'm going to save these other 2 bats for... I'm going to try to save these other 2 bats as, like, health potions. But it seems like they are specifically trained to try to prevent me from doing that. Things seem to be going a little bit better this time around. Ha! Get fucking dodged, bitch. Fuck! They're so desperate for drivers, though, that they don't really... I mean, obviously there's a certain point of you not doing your job where they're like, okay, enough's enough, you're out of here. But even then, if it's like at the beginning of the school year where you hit that point, you still, in most cases, will have the entire school year left to work there, and then they just won't call you back after summer break. The union is pretty good about fighting for people's jobs, so normally, instead of firing people in the middle of the school year, they'll just not call them back after summer break, because the union can't do anything about that. It's in the contract that the only time the union is allowed to, like, fight for somebody's job is if they're fired during the school year. They are not allowed to vouch for someone who just is not called back. Like, there's no process for that. So, even if, you know, you've been really slacking for a few years, and then, like, in October, They're like, all right, fucking enough's enough. We've had enough of this dude. We need to get him out of here. They'll usually still let you work the rest of the school year, and then it's just, you know, after summer break. Because, like, I want to say, like, a few days before school ends for the summer, they'll give you this paper that says, you know, we have a reasonable belief that you will have work available starting on such and such date, you know, whatever the first day of school is after the summer break. So that's how you know that you're being called back after summer break. If they don't give you one of those papers, then, and like, they will find you. Like, they will make sure, if they plan on giving you a paper that tells you you're being brought back after the summer, they will make sure that you get that paper. Like, I've seen people be in the hospital towards the end of the school year for whatever reason, you know, they were in a car crash, whatever, and somebody from the bus garage, like, go to the hospital to give them their paper just so that they know, like, they're being called back after summer break. So, like, if you're being called back, they will find a way to make sure you get that paper so that you know you're being called back. If you don't get that paper, that means that you're not being called back. So, they don't really hold drivers accountable for anything. At least it takes a lot for them to actually... It takes a lot for them to actually punish drivers. Like, you have to really, really seriously fuck up to get disciplined as a driver. So, with it being so unlikely that they actually punish drivers for doing things wrong, it's very likely, like, usually if anything goes wrong on a bus, they're more likely to punish the attendant than the driver, if there's an attendant on there. Regardless of if it was literally just a matter of the driver straight up not doing their job, like very explicitly not doing what they were supposed to do, they're still more likely to punish the attendant than the driver. So if you get paired with a driver that doesn't do their job, you're running the risk of losing your job as an attendant, which I think is super fucked up, but it is what it is. Okay. Fucking finally. So, when you're bidding on a route, block counter. War's reflexive instincts have been awoken, allowing him to counterattack physical and projectile threats. Press left alt just before the moment of impact. Gotcha. So, when you're bidding on a route as an attendant, you really got to consider the driver. And one of the things that was super scary about dealing with M was the fact that, you know, when I walked into my boss's office,
Must be the last of them. Let's get out of here.
when I walked into my boss's office to be like, yo, she's not doing her job. She's pissed off at me for bumping her attendance, so she's doing everything she can to make it impossible for me to do my job by not, by not doing hers. Like, I need to be put on a different bus. You know, I had no idea what the actual response to that was going to be. Right? Like, there was no guarantee that they were going to put me on a different bus. They could have told me to just suck it up and deal with it, right? Or they could have just fired me right then and there.
Old Vulcan's got something new for you. Let me know if I can help you.
Right click. Here's the settings below.
Did you come all this way to waste my time? Please take your time.
Alright, whatever.
Greetings.
Like, I had no idea what the response was going to be, right? And that was, like, really, really gut-wrenching, honestly. Not knowing if I might be walking into just having my job completely thrown away. So, I'm kind of concerned, because, like, I know that my driver for my pre-K route that I'm on right now is a good driver. Like, she does her job, she's nice, we get along, so on and so forth. So, like, whenever you're bidding on a new route, there's always that risk associated with it, right? Because, like, you have no idea how somebody's going to act, how they're going to react to you bidding on that route. Because if their route qualifies for having an attendant on it, chances are they already have one, right? So there's no telling how they're going to react to you bumping their attendant.
Ancestors praise you.
Ravager. This enhancement increases war's damage with environmental weapon attacks. Weapon enhancements. Weapon enhancements must be slotted to a weapon within the weapon forge area of war's inventory. Gotcha. So, when I bid on a new route next year, I'm gonna have to, just strictly speaking in terms of money. It's gonna come with a pretty big risk. Like, if whether it's L's route or somebody else's route, it's gonna come with a pretty massive risk of her just completely flipping out that I bid on her route, bumped her old attendant, whatever. And, yeah. So, I could just straight up lose my job, because if it doesn't work out with this driver, you know, whatever driver I end up with after bid this upcoming year, then there's no guarantee that they'll be willing to move me again. This time, I could, if it doesn't work out with this driver, I could end up getting fired this time. Which just makes it really difficult to move up at this job. But, I gotta do what I gotta do. If me bidding on a better route does end up working out, then there's a chance that I could maybe wait, assuming I don't get bumped off the route at any point. But that can always happen, you know? Yeah, assuming voting on a higher or a longer route this year works out, assuming I never get bumped off of it, I might be able to wait to become a driver. But then, like, what after that, you know? Like, I'm trying to think about what I want to do long term, you know? Like, sure, I can You know, I can wait to become a driver. That'll be a decent pay boost. And, you know, I could stay with the bus garage for the foreseeable future after that. But then, like, where do I go from there, you know? Like, what benefit does that really get me? Because I'm not super into the idea of chasing money. Like, I don't need to always constantly be making more. But, at the same time, I feel like maybe it would be a good idea to have some sort of certification or something. Even if I don't use it, even if I decide to stay with the bus garage for a little while, having the ability to go out and find something else. Because, like, if I get fired from the bus garage, I could get hired. There's 2 other bus garages in my city. Well, school bus garages, I should say, that I could get hired at. And then there's the city bus, the public transportation. But other than that, you know, if none of those places are hiring, if I happen to get fired from the school bus garage I'm at now, and none of those other places want to hire me for whatever reason, then I'm kind of stuck, right? Because, like, I do not do well with manual labor. That's a big part of that's my weight, but it's also just like I don't have a whole lot of stamina in general. So if I don't have a degree of some kind, then to be able to get, you know, not necessarily a cushy job, but one where I'm not going to be on my feet for 10 plus hours a day, then I'm kind of just going to be a sitting duck, right? So I'm trying to think about, like, long term, what would be the best avenue forward for me.
See anything you like?
And I'm honestly
If I can help you.
not sure.
You are as wise as you are powerful.
What the answer to that is.
Nice sword.
My mom used to work at the school bus garage that I work at now, and she did not pursue any sort of training or college or certification or anything outside of driving the bus. And I've been watching her struggle to find gainful employment, right? Like, she's worried about retirement savings and this, that, and the third, and it's like, I don't want to be in that position. I'm not super obsessed with money, and I don't feel the need to constantly be increasing my salary, but at the same time, it would be nice to be secure in my retirement and everything, because technically speaking, like, in my state, you can work at 14. I'm going to be 28 this year. So technically, I'm 14 years late on saving up for retirement. If you want to look at it from a perspective of the earliest that I could have possibly started. So while I'm not super obsessed with money, it would be nice to know for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that I'm good for, like, retirement savings. And, you know, the whole reason why I dropped out of school in the first place, or am taking a gap semester, rather, is because, well, first of all, it's because I've been really struggling balancing work and school, right? That's a big thing, so my grades haven't quite been up to snuff, and I lost my eligibility for financial aid, so I'm not getting the Pell Grant or student loans for 1, maybe 2 semesters. It could be as little as a 1 semester cooldown, and it could be more than that. Yeah. So I had to sign up for summer school because I didn't have... you get a certain amount for your Pell Grant. It's not based on how much your school costs. I mean, it is to a certain extent, but it's not limited to just strictly how much you absolutely need for school. It's, there's, like, tiers. It goes through, like, tiers. I am dead. Okay. So that wasn't the way to do that. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I probably... Okay, that wasn't the right way either. Cool. Cool. We're learning. We're learning. Oh, now I just suddenly am on the same platform as him. That's cool. So, the whole reason I dropped out of school was because I lost my, Pell Grant and student loans. So I was forced to sign up for summer school for the summer because I wasn't going to have my Pell Grant or student loan money to pay my bills, which, like I was saying, the Pell Grant works on, like, tiers. Like, there's thresholds for the tiers, and each threshold is, a certain amount of, like, tuition cost, and then it goes, like, a few... It's, like, a range of tuition costs. So, like, let's say one of the thresholds is, $3,500 in total tuition costs for the semester. Then they would give you, like, $5,000. Because it would pay... Or, $4,000. Because it would pay for your tuition, and then you'd have $500 left over, and you'd get that as a refund check to, put towards bills and whatever else. Right? So, that right there could be a month or 2 of rent for me. Or a month of rent and some other bills, or a month of rent and some food, and, whatever. And then my student loans are obviously just... I mean, there's a processing fee, apparently, for loans, which I think is absolutely fucking retarded, but, that's neither here nor there. But for the most part... You get the entire amount of the loan to yourself to do whatever with. Now, technically, you're only supposed to use that money on qualifying expenses, but they don't have any oversight on that. They don't actually check to see what you're spending that money on. Technically they could, but they won't. So qualifying expenses would be basically housing, school supplies, and food. And housing covers your actual literal rent as well as your utilities. And then, you know, obviously food is food, and school supplies would be like pencils, notebooks, pens, textbooks, so on and so forth. So, I don't have my Pell Grant, or wasn't going to have my Pell Grant and student loan money to pay my bills for the summer, so I had to figure out another way to pay my bills. So, I wasn't going to be able to work and go to school at the same time. At least I didn't think so. Because the classes that I had booked for the summer were... I mean, it was a lot. I definitely had a full summer. So, you know. Oh. What the fuck? So, it would be nice to, you know, I'm pretty sure, no, I'm not entirely sure how the scholarship that I'm getting from my state government works. It's, Michigan has a scholarship where if you've never gone to school before and you're above a certain age, they'll pay for you completely to get a... I mean, they won't give you, like, money for bills and stuff. If you need, like, extra money to be able to pay your bills so that you don't have to work while you're going to school, that would be what student loans are for. But as far as, like, tuition and books and, you know, that sort of stuff, they will completely cover the cost for you to go to school and get either an associate's or a bachelor's degree. So, I don't know if I can still use that now that I'm taking a gap semester. And if I don't go back and I do fully drop out, I don't know what that does for my ability to claim the scholarship in the future. So, I'm assuming I would have to pay out of pocket, right? And I've already used a pretty decent chunk of my Pell eligibility. That's a lifetime. You only get a certain amount of assistance for life. So, if I wanted to go back in the future, pretty much I'd be forced to pay out of pocket. So, while I'm not super obsessed with money, it would be nice to be secure in my retirement savings. And it would also be nice to be able to afford to go back to school later on if I want to. Because my main reason for wanting to stop school is, first of all, you know, having to sign up for summer school so I can pay my bills this summer. But also, computer science as an industry, which that's what I was going for, computer science with a focus on IT support. That whole industry is kind of shitting the bed right now. Right? And the few positions that are staying are, you know, they're cutting down teams. So even if you're quote-unquote lucky enough to still be able to get a position, your team is going to be super bare bones. So you're going to be fucking hammered for work. and I'm just not looking forward to that. So I'm wanting to wait until such a time as... What? Did it just eat my fucking jump? Did it just do that? I think it just did that. Can you not? Can you not? Like, seriously. Okay, dodging doesn't fucking work, apparently. Alright. Anyways. So that whole industry is shitting the bed, so I'm wanting to wait until the economy recovers a little bit, that industry recovers a little bit, and, you know. Some people in my family think that I should just keep going to school, ride it out, and, you know, try to scrape by with being an attendant until I can be a driver, and then just be a driver at the bus garage until the computer science industry recovers. And I just... I don't know. Because, like, I see the logic behind that, right? And, like, it, you know, it sounds like a fine enough idea. But then... it's like... I don't know. Number one, how much am I going to be missing out on while I'm waiting for this industry to recover, right? Like... like, what am I going to be depriving myself of? Like, is it just going to be, like, I have to live in a slightly smaller, shittier house for a little while? Or is it going to be, like, I'm going to have to not save as much for retirement? Like, one of my big goals in the... I mean, I don't know if this would really be short-term, because it's upwards of a 5-year time span that I'm thinking of this, but... within the next 5 years, I would like to buy a house. I feel like I could get there, right? And I could get there working at the bus garage. Like, I could save up for a down payment. I could have a good enough credit score, assuming FHA doesn't get gutted by the Trump administration, but I'm not going to go there. Assuming FHA is still a thing, and is going to continue to be a thing for a while, then working at the bus garage as a driver, maybe as an attendant, maybe, depending on what our hourly rate gets raised to, in the next union contract. But definitely as a driver, I could definitely afford to buy a house, right? Like, I could get the down payment. I could easily have the credit score. I could get approved for an FHA loan. Like, I would definitely meet the income requirements for that, right? So, the question is, though, how stable is that? Like... Dodging just doesn't fucking work, and like I don't understand. Like, what exactly do you expect me to do? Like, can I jump over it, maybe? It's like, it's really just a question of what would I have to sacrifice by staying at the bus garage? And I just don't know what the answer to that is. And that's what kind of concerns me. Because, yeah, I could afford a house. And life could be perfectly fine. You know, I could afford enough to be able to pay all my bills. Or, I mean, earn enough to be able to pay all my bills. Be able to do streaming on the side as a hobby. Be perfectly fine and dandy, you know, contribute a little bit to retirement every check. You know, be all fine and great. But would it actually be enough? Like, would the rate at which I'd be able to contribute to retirement be enough? And also, just, do I want to be a fucking bus driver? My mom was a bus driver for, what? She worked at the school bus garage, and then she went to the public bus. So... wanna say... it was almost 9 years. Because she got a job at the bus garage in, like, mid-2008. When she did her training and everything. And took the test for her CDL. And then she... well, 9 years at the school bus. It was in summer of 2008 that she did all her training and stuff for her CDL. And then... she switched to the... I gotta remember to jump, not dodge. Nope, jumping doesn't work either, so what the fuck? Does blocking work? No. Blocking doesn't work either. So what the fuck are you supposed to do here? Like, I am genuinely befuddled. Ugh. Artifact Soldier. These ancient insignias were given to the legions of hell as trophies for the carnage of the end days. Return it to Volgrim and he will reward you. So my mom was a school bus driver for 9 years, 8.5, something like that. Then she went to the city bus. And she was there for almost 3 years, just shy. And then she got set up to take the fall for something that somebody else did and lost her job as a result of it. it's really fucked up what happened. So that's a total of, what? 11 and a half years. And her hips, knees, wrists, and knuckles are just absolutely fucking destroyed from sitting in that confined space with little to no movement and little to no position change, gripping that steering wheel. She's got really bad carpal tunnel in both of her hands and her knuckles. Or, really bad carpal tunnel in her hands and wrists. Arthritis in her knuckles. Her hips and knees are fucked. Like, it, like, genuinely hurts her to walk. So, and she only did it for 11 years. Now, does her weight contribute to that? Because she is pretty big. So, does her weight contribute to that? Yeah. But, like, she only did that shit for 11 years. And she's, like, seriously, seriously messed up. So, like, I'm just really concerned about the prospect of doing that shit to my own body. You know? So, like, I could continue going for my degree in computer science, graduate without any expectation of getting a job in my field, and just wait until the industry recovers. But again, I'm pretty sure it just ate my fucking jump there. Like, throw the fucking car so I can... I'm not gonna grab that. No, I'm not gonna grab that ledge. Damn. Alright, well, at least I tried. So I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Because you can't dodge this guy's attacks. And I don't have enough health to just tank them. So what am I expected to do? Like, did you see that? It pulled me back into his range. When his attack hit me, it, like, pulled me inwards so that it would hit me. So I don't know if I'm just supposed to be fighting this dude later and I'm going the entirely wrong way, or did I miss some sort of upgrade that I'm supposed to have? Like, I genuinely don't know.
Wise as you are powerful. What would you ask of this humble merchant?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, am I supposed to be fighting this guy, or am I supposed to be going a different way? I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to be using the counter? That's actually probably it, now that I think about it. The fact that you can't dodge, can't jump over him. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to be using the counter attack. It'd be nice if they fucking told you that, though. Like, hey, the only way you can beat this guy is if you, use the counter attack. Like, you really couldn't. That's probably also why he throws the fucking cars at you. Probably supposed to use them for practice. Well, that didn't work. Don't give you a whole lot of room for error, though. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, yeah, so literally all you had to do is use the counterattacks. That makes a lot more sense. Wonder how you get up there. Beholder's Key. An ornate key with the symbol of an eye engraved into it. Unlocks a nearby barrier. Okay, so these are the equivalent of skeleton keys for this game or this is this game's equivalent of skeleton keys from Darksiders 2. Gotcha.
This way.
It's nothing. Some demon trick.
I know what I saw.
He's right.
Uriel.
It's there, beneath the stench of this place. You can sense it, ancient. From neither the White City nor the Black Depths. Something lost between. God! To arms!
Slay him! Horseman approaches.
Angelic Mount. Press left click to shoot, press and hold left click to tag enemies for homing shots. Gotcha.
Your justice!
Okay. Definitely giving my clicking finger a workout. I guess I was supposed to be dodging those. Alright, well. It really is too bad that this game series has kind of been dead in the water. I mean, 3 came out in 2018, and then Genesis came out in, what, 2019 or 2020? But it's just been radio silent since then. And Genesis... I want to say the devs said something about Genesis not really furthering the plot of the series at all, just being a for fun kind of thing. A lot of people didn't even like it, so... Oh, please don't crash. Come on, dude. What the fuck? Really? Man. That sucks. How much progress did I lose? Okay, not like a ton. But yeah, it really is too bad that this series is kind of dead in the water. For now, at least. There was a teaser of some kind posted last year, but it wasn't even really a teaser. It was just an image of the Charred Council on, like, their Twitter or whatever. THQ Nordic's Twitter. So I don't know how much stock, you know, should be put in that. I don't know if anything's been officially announced since then. You know.
Guess she wasn't up for having visitors today.
But yeah, I think realistically, there's only what, 2 games left in the series, maybe. If they give Strife his own game, because there's been War, Death, and Fury so far, so there's only one more Horseman to give their own game. And then Darksiders 5, theoretically, would have all 4 of them be playable. It would be some kind of big super adventure. If that's even how they would plan on doing it, right? Huh. Wonder what those are for. Anyways. I don't know if they would plan on doing anything after the hypothetical Strife game and hypothetical using them all together game. Volgrim location, yeah.
As wise as you are powerful. Life too hard a bargain, friend.
Wait, so do I have Stone Skin, or does it need to be purchased?
Greetings.
Because it says it's already at level 1. So... doesn't look like it. Okay. Dude, can I... Guarantees souls for destroying environment objects by any means. Drastically increases damage inflicted with environmental weapons. Okay. Cool. Anyways. Huh. Okay. Some pretty cool statues. What in the fuck is that? I know this is like totally overthinking this area, but like, so these support columns are all here, right? Like, this is what's holding up the structure of the church. And 90% of them are missing. How the hell is this place still standing? Right? Like, I'm not. And like, what in the world? Where did the actual worship take place in here? Because like, you've got this big empty room, right? Like, presumably this is where parties of some kind would be held. Presumably. And like, I guess maybe the priest would be up here? Possibly? I don't know. Okay, so how am I supposed to get my sword back for that other statue. And, like, this courtyard, like, what exactly was this for? I don't understand super large, super overly intricate churches. Like, my church is almost purely functional. I say almost because technically there is extra space. Like, it's not one of those churches where you open the front door and walk literally right into all the pews. Like, it's more than one room. But, like, you've got the lobby. It's two sets of doors, right? You got this little entryway where there's a bulletin board with all the info about, you know, any events they got going on, whatever. And then you've got, like, the lobby area where to the right is the worship area with the pews. That's blocked off by a wall with a set of doors built into it. Going forward, you get to the bathrooms, and there's also, like, this nursery area for young children to be left. Oh. Shit, my ear itches. Look. Trying to whoop ass and scratch ears at the same time. Okay. So as I was saying, there's a little nursery area on the, like, same, I guess, wall, you would say. Or there's a door to a nursery area on the along the same wall as the bathroom doors. And then to the left, there's a, it's used as either a dining room or like a party hall. And there's a kitchen off to the side of it. And then even further to the left, there's the school area, because my church does offer, I think it's elementary through middle school. Bomb growth. Grab and throw the sticky bomb onto objects and enemies before it detonates. Strike it for an instant explosion. Okay, I'm not sure why I threw it all the way over there when I was looking straight Anyways. Yeah, I'm just not... I've never really understood the point of massive, like, fancy churches like this. Because, like, what the hell would this have done? Or this? I am well aware that I am very much overthinking this, but... What? Why did you... What the hell? Possession instantly increases War's Chaos level to maximum. Gotcha. One must wonder why we couldn't just jump to that other fucking ledge from the start, but whatever. Oh. Okay. Just smashing holes in the floor, that's great, man. Love that for you. Map. Okay. Honestly, so happy for you. What? Okay. Gotta go look at the hole in the floor anyways. Whatever. Artifact Soldier. I guess you can't pick those up. Don't remember where that barrier's at, but I'm sure we'll find it soon enough. Or we find it, I should say. Is that it? That's all we came in here for? Alright. Works for me. Oh. Let me check something real quick. No, that's not what I wanted. Un momento. For some reason that was not why. Oh, Pocky. I'll find at some point. Sorry, just checking something. Okay. Well. I think we're gonna call it here. So, one momento. Let me switch over to just chatting. Why does this scene have that black bar open? There. Okay, well, anyways. Thank you all so much for watching. For those of you on Twitch and Kick, we'll do exclamation gospel in the respective chats. The Christian gospel truth is that all have sinned against a holy God, and sin eternally separates us from God. But Jesus poured out his blood, atoned for our sin, and rose from the grave so that whoever repents and believes will be born again to a new eternal life in Christ. Amen. All right. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you all have a blessed night. For Twitch and Kick, we're gonna try to find somebody to raid. I don't know if Kick has a raid feature. I think they do. I'm not 100% sure about that though. But for YouTube, we're just gonna go ahead and end it here. I hope you all have a lovely night, or morning at this point, and I will see you guys. Let's see. Today is so it's 3 a.m. So it's technically the next day. So today is technically Saturday. So I will see you guys later today. What did I say we were doing for Saturday? Let me check my own schedule. Assassin's Creed. It's supposed to be at 10:30 a.m., but well, I am feeling a little bit tired, so I might lay down for a bit. So maybe I'll be up and moving at 10. Then I could use streaming to help me stay awake. So maybe we'll keep that time. Maybe not. So yeah, YouTube peeps, I will see you either at 10:30 later this morning or sometime later this afternoon or evening. Might be a little bit more likely. And then Twitch and Kick, same thing. So YouTube peeps, I don't think YouTube has a raid feature, so we're just gonna go ahead and end it here. I will see you guys then. Let me see here.